Hello everyone. We're back again for the second half of the Subathon. Um, yeah, I wasn't able to get it all done in one stream because got uh, got quite tired and uh, ended up with quite a sore throat. You know how it goes. What am I holding there? Nothing apparently. All back. Hello, welcome. Good to have you. Hope you're going well. So yeah, today's stream is just going to be mainly about finishing it off really. People can still extend it if they want, but um, sorry, just getting a text at the moment. Okay. People can still extend the distance if they want, but this is mainly about just finishing it off. What is that? Oh, that's a hose. That's what that is. Where'd that come from? Don't remember having one. Well, I guess we do now. Right, let's start her up. I'll turn my audio down a little bit. Ants, welcome, everybody. We did switch to a car last stream because the bike got a bit too infuriating and slow. But you know what? I think for this stream, we'll say that subscribing or something like that also allows you to make me switch to the next vehicle I find. Just for a bit of fun, you know? Anyways, I hope you're all going well. Can you hear me? Can you hear the game? Hopefully. This is the point of the stream where I have no idea if anything's working correctly. Oh yeah, that! Someone 3D printed the save icon. You can't hear me. Nice. That's good. That's pretty funny. It's a pretty classic joke at this point, given how old 3D printing technology is. Oh, dodge. I wonder if it would actually be possible to 3D print a floppy disk. I mean, just like the outer shell. I know people have made 3D printed cassette shells, like for audio tapes. 3D print these nuts? You're back on that joke. It truly works for any situation, so I can't blame you. You know what I think should be a thing? Transparent mechanical hard drives. There's no way they can't just make those lids out of plastic instead of metal. So we can see it spinning. That'd be so cool. Yes, we are 724 kilometers in. We're which is about halfway. And things are going pretty well with this car, although it is at the point where if I crash, I will die. So we need to find a spray bottle or something. And I do have to admit, driving this just does feel like cheesing it a bit. Since I did save scum to get it. But we did spend a lot of time cleaning it up and everything, so I guess it kinda evens out, I don't know. Maybe we'll put a Volkswagen Golf engine in this as a handicap at some point. It already is running on a decent amount of oil and diesel mixture. Would you use a hard drive with a transparent lid? I sure as hell would. Loss. Right.
I found you, my little rabbit.
This guy's a hoarder. In fact, all the zombies are hoarders in this game. Ooh. Empty. Right, I'm looking for fuel, oil, any of that useful stuff. You been up to anything recently? Done anything fun? Might need more coolant at some point. You've been chilling? Nice. I can't remember. I usually don't like to talk about internet drama. But I'm not sure if I touched on the Mr. Beast drama last stream. Find it pretty funny. Like, all of the accusations and stuff are stuff that anyone could have seen coming, really. I'd always had my suspicions, if I'm being honest. No one ever got rich being honest. Ooh. You love the memes regarding the Doctor Disrespect thing. Ah, yeah. Ah, yeah. It's very strange how many, like, internet celebrities are being outed for, well, I'm not sure if I can say it on Twitch, but you all know. It's really, kind of wild. Then again, people in positions of power are always going to abuse it, so... we can have a nice shiny radio now. Check that out. If I'm still wearing the cone. The traffic cone. The VLC media player icon. Should probably save. Just realized that meta typo. Age of content. Minor spelling mistake. Argument invalidated. It's still so funny how people on the internet still get all up in arms about minor typos. Like literally the most small errors possible. I really like how they made the light poles kinda crooked. That was like several updates ago now, but it really adds so much to the immersion, you know? Every time you see one that's really bent, you think, ah, someone probably crashed into that a while ago. Yeah, it used to be a mod, part of the hardcore mod. There's a mod that puts an extra set along the other side of the road. Oh, grass hiding a rock. And that's just so makes it harder to tell which way you're going. I really should try out the hardcore long drive mod sometime. Makes things a bit harder, I've found. What did I say I've found? I haven't found, I haven't tried it yet. From what I've seen other people play it. And I'm really not great with language. Speaking is too hard, yeah. Ooga. Ooga booga. Already lost all the hubcaps from this thing. I just remembered, this game has a... One sec. This game has a black and white mode. I kind of like that. Now, this is before color was invented. That's a question I always have. If color wasn't invented until like the 1950s, then why do we have paintings from the 1700s that are in color? Did they add color to them later to make them sell better? Funny thing is, oops. This game also has a, whoops. Stereoscopic 3D, huh? Ah, split screen. Oh, it's for like VR. And if I turn off grayscale, it should be... Yeah, look at that! You can put on 3D glasses. And have the game be in 3D. Oh, that's so cool. I should get some of those. I should get some 3D glasses, actually. Man, I don't think anyone streams in 3D anymore. Or ever. But there's also sepia tone. Ah, yes. The piss filter. My personal favorite though has got to be the Commodore 64 color palette. 1950s Cold War sitcom be like. Ah yes, 16 colors. Actually, no wait, 8 colors. But it's still got like shadows and reflections and stuff, so that kind of cheats it a bit. And adds a few more. But this is still pretty cool to me. And the fact that these settings are just like kind of hidden away. I can't even see the odometer really. Oh, I keep going for save load when I mean to go for settings. None. Ants wants us to shed some light. Okay, let's turn the lights on. And the headlights too. Why not? I mentioned this with a friend a while ago. If Allback's still on, they'll know because I'm the one they talked. They're the one I talked to about it. But recently I watched the original Night of the Living Dead movie because I wanted to play Project Zomboid and get in the mood. And it's a really good movie. And because it's like a low-budget indie thing, kind of. Basically, all of the scenes you could recreate in this game. Not even joking. All you need to recreate that entire movie is essentially a house and a graveyard. Those are like the only two locations. Oh! That is UFO sighting number 5. Let's increase that. I'm not even joking, that's all you need to recreate an entire movie. Yep, and we have both in this game. If only the graveyard was separate from the house. That'd really make it like totally accurate. Let's go explore that boat. More fuel. I'm kind of doubting everyone else is going to subscribe or anything to increase the distance, although it is a possibility. So I am going to get some more fuel just in case. And this thing does really drink through fuel quickly. Oil. There's a fuel tank full of diesel. That was just there for some reason. Ah, 50 liters of petrol. Just what we need. But honestly, if anybody wants to help me recreate Night of the Living Dead in the long drive at some point in multiplayer, just let me know. It'll be a fun project, I think. Need to organize it though, and pick a time when everyone will be available. Won't need to do any voice acting, because I think we'll just use the original sound from the movie. For the most part, it is public domain after all. You got the game? Awesome. Alright, just gotta find a few more people. Man, this thing has a big tank. That should be enough for the rest of the trip. Gonna be even jankier with your low FPS shit fest. I think we'll get the host of the server to do all the recording. That way it can always be in the same quality. Welcome to the stream, you could call a cowboy. I think it'll be a good project, recreating a movie in this game. Part of me wants to do it like soonish, but then part of me also wants to wait for the update to come out. I think waiting for the update to come out would be the wiser option. If I could do both. Do it twice. I mean, yeah, that's always a possibility. 25th of September. So still a while away. But I'm not sure I'm not sure how quick we'd be able to make a whole movie in this game. Gamma Shadow NZ. Hello, hello, how you going? I'm doing pretty well. Gonna try and finish off the rest of the distance we have, and I think it should be doable this stream, unless people add on to it. But I don't think that's likely at this point. We were just talking about recreating the classic 1968 Night of the Living Dead movie in this game, since it has all of the settings that movie has. And all of the props as well. Just like in the base game. What about the zombies? Do we get someone to hold and move them off camera? Nah, we just get actors to play the zombies. Besides, it wouldn't make much sense for all of them to look the same like they do in this game, so... yeah. Also, I think like the most zombies you ever see in one frame in that movie is like 6 or something. So yeah, totally doable. They're coming to get you, Barbara. That's a classic line from that movie. In fact, Allback watched that movie for the first time a few days ago. And they didn't know where that line came from until they watched it. Wonder how long it'll take us to use up all the fuel. I know this thing drinks like an entire tank of oil in 200 kilometers or something like that. Oh. Oh no. That wasn't too bad. Could have been worse. Lost my hat. Man, this thing overheats quickly. If they ever make overheating actually damage the engines in this game, I'll probably be screwed. Because I'll do dumb stuff like that. Or get into accidents and then forget to turn off the engine immediately when the radiator falls out. And then, boom, 1 minute later, it's seized. Cadillac North Star Simulator. It's funny how some of the engines in this game hardly need any cooling at all. fact, I'm pretty sure the Skoda engine, and maybe the Bark has as well. If you drive in a winter biome with them, you don't need a radiator. Because the ambient temperature cools them down enough. I ask these questions a lot. What kind of feature would you guys like to see in this game in the future? Not just like another car or something, but any sort of a game mechanic or something like that. Six.
Don't run. Everyone has to die sometimes. Why not now?
Come get me.
No, come back. Don't run away.
Better support for controller out of the box. That would be good. I've heard from people who use wheels and such with this game that it can be such a hassle to get set up if it even works at all. I don't use a controller myself, but yeah. That is something I would like to see as a more of an option. Head gasket failure, oil coolant mixture fucks up the engine. That could be good. So you want more like in-depth engine mechanics like in My Summer Car? That would be cool. I'd like to see damage models. Like smashable headlights and such. Poppable tires, breakable windows and such like that. Not quite as realistic as BeamNG, that would absolutely wreck the performance of this game. But maybe like My Summer Car, where it can get dented and such stuff like that. Maybe if you shoot a car, the bullet holes stay forever, or something like that. You have to pull out a smashed windscreen and install a new one from a different car. Ant says, I'm out for the night, I'm fucking tired. Bye all. Alright, thank you for stopping by, Ants. Always good to hear from you. Sorry I started this stream so late and I didn't mean to start so late, I got distracted. But thank you for stopping by. Ooh, water. Yeah, more detailed vehicle maintenance and more things that can harm vehicles would be nice. Like maybe crashing can break the windscreen or something like that. I say something like that a lot because it's kind of vague. You'd like them to fix the MP3 bug. Yeah, MP3 files don't really work well on the radio. That would be nice if they fixed that. Although there are other files that work just fine, so all you really got to do is convert your music library. Just general bug fixes would be nice. But those aren't really features. I converted my radio playlist to WAV, and they work just fine in this game. We just hit 800, by the way. Yeah, they are big. And that can get annoying if you have like a large playlist. But OGG files are also supported. I'm not sure if they're better or worse in that regard. I haven't actually listened to my radio playlist in a while. I always forget to switch it on. Yeah. Although the immersion of having it on the in-game radio is quite nice. I love how this game has the Doppler effect in it. Where the audio sounds distorted in third-person mode because the camera's outside the car. Is this the worst driving car? Oh, far from it. The worst driving car at the moment is a toss-up between either the Dacia or the Skoda, I think. I think it's the Dacia because it has a bug in its collision, which causes it to flip over sometimes. When I last used it in a serious capacity, it was borderline undrivable. But it might have been fixed since then. Cave Johnson, welcome to the stream. So fun fact, we've learned even more about the Intel chip failures. Oh no. Oh, do share the details. I've already decided that my next PC build is going to be AMD. Whenever I make it, which is probably going to be in a few months or maybe even a year or two. Simply because I want to make a small form factor one without a dedicated GPU. And AMD has chips which have the GPU functionality built in. It's not like the Intel integrated graphics. I need to do more research on it, but they've got dedicated GPU chips in a CPU form factor, or like in a CPU, if that makes sense. I think they call it the APU, the AMD APU. Anyways, so via the oxidization issue is bad and probably ongoing, but it only affects one fab facility. Why are so many chips failing? Because it doesn't only affect one? Because that one fab facility is the one they only have? Why? What could it be? Oh, I'm curious now. I'm really curious. Yukikala Cowboy says, I think AMD has the best integrated graphics. I saw someone make a GameCube sleeper PC, and they used one of those AMD chips with integrated graphics, and it was really good. I can tell Yukikala Cowboy, actually no, Cave Johnson, is typing up a storm. Oh, yep, there we go. Well, now we have some insight. See, there's this critical structure inside an Intel chip called the ring bus. It's a big communication ring that connects all the cores together. Oh, that sounds important. It shares a power supply with the cores. Intel have been cranking the max voltage so that the cores can boost higher. And, and the leading theory inside Intel is that, every time a core boosts the higher voltage, it has been cooking the ring. Once that starts to happen, you're screwed. There's no coming back from that. That is kind of wild. Yukikala Cowboy says, I'm only driving 3 cars, the Caddy, the Bug, and the Plymouth. Of the 3, the Plymouth is the worst. Oh, those are the only ones you've tried so far? I would say out of those 3, the Plymouth is the worst. But mostly because of its speed and the soft suspension. The Skoda definitely bottoms out more. Like it hits the ground. They really should add like a spark effect. Damn it. That was some insane lag. I think that was a rabbit loading in. Sometimes the game really doesn't like it when certain objects load in, but other times it's fine. None of the others interest you. Fair enough. I'd say give them a go, though. It's nice to try all the options. Cave Johnson says, this was actually a problem on the 11th Gen 2. It turns out the 119... I'm not sure, how does Intel say that? How are you supposed to pronounce that? Those CPUs had a tendency to boost to something ridiculous like 1900K. Okay. 900K. Well, why did I pull 19 from? I have dyslexia, but for numbers. A tendency to boost to something ridiculous like 1.65 volts and cook themselves. Team working on the 12th gen Alderate, whatever. Knew this would be a problem and accounted for it, but it seems nobody told the 13th and 14th gen teams. Yeah. Not financial advice, but the time to sell Intel stock was probably yesterday. But then again, now might be the time to buy it. Since it's low at the moment, I can imagine. Nuka Cola Cowboy says maybe a flyable biplane would be nice. I do think a plane would be awesome, but it'd have to be like you say, a small, maybe single passenger plane. Very hard to use, very fuel hungry. Just so it doesn't immediately make cars obsolete in a game about driving. Oh. Now might be the time to buy AMD or Qualcomm. That too. There was a guy who got like $800,000 from his grandma dying, and then bought Intel stock like 2 days before it lost 1/3 of its value. Okay, firstly, who puts all of their eggs in one basket like that? Who gets $80,000 and says, yes, I'm gonna blow this all on Intel stock? Maybe you can only unlock the biplane by finishing the game twice. Maybe it like spawns at a set distance along the road at some point. But it spawns crashed, so you have to pick up new plane pieces from buildings you find in order to repair it when you find it. And if you miss some bits, then like the propeller falls off while you're flying and then you die. Yeah, something tells me that a plane isn't high on their priorities. I've always thought that a train line that starts at the same place at the start of the road, but takes an entirely different route, only occasionally crossing over the road, would be pretty awesome. And you can follow the train line on a car. Or, like, find a train and use it, maybe. Kev Johnson says, I have very, very low hopes for Qualcomm. They can't build a CPU for shit. They have some new laptop chips, though, apparently. I don't even know what CPU my current machine has. Let's pull up system information real quick. I always forget what my computer settings are. It's an Intel Core i5 10400F at 2.9 gigahertz with 6 cores and 12 logical processors. Those laptop chips are terrible compared to AMD/Intel or even Apple. Aren't Apple chips supposed to be good? Like Apple Silicon? Apart from the fact where they only run Mac stuff and become obsolete in 2 years, despite being the supposed height of technology. Yeah, Apple Silicon is impressive, but it's far too restrictive. I mean, I guess it's good if you do stuff that Mac can do, like video editing and such. But if you want to play computer games, then there's not much point. What did I say I had? Oh, you mean my CPU? An Intel Core i5 10400F at 2.9 gigahertz with 6 cores and 12 logical processors. My GPU is, I think it's a 2070. Yep, GeForce RTX 2070. It's actually not very restrictive at all. It's a pretty bog standard ARM and isn't locked down at all. You can run whatever you want on it, and the Linux people have gotten a lot of x86 Windows games running on it. That's good. But then again, it is all one chip, so you can't upgrade the RAM or anything like that, or even the storage, since it's all on one chip with Apple Silicon. Actually, started streaming on a Mac for the first few years of my streaming endeavors. I was using a 2011 Mac Pro, I think. No, 2007. Running Windows. And it was actually a pretty decent machine. I only stopped using it because I built my own computer. And I only stopped using that because I was given a computer that was better than the one I built as a Christmas present. You gonna pass on the Mac stuff? Yeah. I'm passing on the new Mac stuff. Especially since they're trying to kill used computers, Apple. They make it so you have to use your iCloud account. And if it's got someone else's iCloud account on it, then it's unusable. And they make it so it's hard to remove your iCloud account before giving or throwing away the machine. And they make it impossible to contact the previous owner of the machine to ask them to remove their iCloud account. Which results in millions of perfectly functional devices just going to scrap every year. Kev Johnson says, yeah, but I can understand why they did that, and you can upgrade the SSD, but only with other Apple parts. The thing about those soldered down RAM is that it enables them to use a fundamentally faster kind of RAM than anyone else. Computers have been massively RAM bottlenecked for decades, and it's a big part of what makes Apple Silicon as fast as it is. Things 2 RAM chips have as much throughput as a massive 16 slot server. Yeah, I suppose so. On my first, on my Mac Pro actually, that I used to use, the RAM was the bottleneck because it had 16 gigs, but only, it was only DDR2. Oh yeah, add time. I'm gonna go fill up my water bottle. I will be right back. Game crashed. I see the lamps moving. No, I just paused to go get some water. I have returned though. And I was saying, Ad cut me off as I was nearing the end of the big long paragraph. Basically, I was saying that the computer I used to use, the Mac Pro, had a massive RAM bottleneck, though it still ran really well. Basically, it had 16 gigs, but it was only DDR2. So yeah, that really wasn't very happy. Yeah, I know, but if I don't notice it, then what's the problem? Personally, I don't think I ever really needed a computer faster than that Mac, at least not for the games I play. Though the quicker boot time is nice, I will admit. Why did I stop there? There isn't anything we need from that building. When you start getting technical like that, all I can really do is smile and nod. Because I don't have that much understanding. Not that in-depth. OMI was a new way to attach RAM to a CPU. It increased the latency a bit. It had many times the throughput. Was just generally a better way to do RAM. Fair enough. Oh, no, bounciness. I should do a stream where I plan my Xbox PC build at some point. That'd be fun. Then I'll do a stream where I build the thing. DDR is reaching the end of what's possible. Compress and attached memory might buy it 5 to 7 years, but in the end they're going to need to move from a large parallel interface with lots of wires to a series of independent serial lanes. PCI slash SATA slash USB works like that. No, am I brought that idea to RAM. Interesting. Paint the dashboard yellow. Best we can do is paint the entire body of the car yellow. Or the glove box lid if you want that. But the dashboard is part of the body, so painting that would make the rest of the car except the doors and the bonnet and boot lid yellow as well. You know? Okay. We'll do that then. Banana car it is. Banana car with red flakes of something in it. Thank you. Pushing the car back onto its wheels would have probably taken less time than loading the save. Now that I think about it. Oh. Oh no. Oh, that's not good.
I see you now.
Oh, that's not good.
Run away.
How
Just stay.
we occupied that space as the car decided to spawn in.
I'm coming.
Oh, this is cursed.
Don't be afraid. I'm just trying to rip off your face and use it as my own.
Oh no. Reload? Yeah. I reckon you are right, that is a reload.
What are you doing here?
Right. Any paint? TGT. Sure that means something. My and Power 10 was kind of ahead of its time a little bit, and it suffered a lot from supply issues because of dumb contractual reasons. Also put opaque firmware in the RAM, which was a sharp departure from the principles of IBM's Open Power initiative and burned various vendors using IBM CPUs. Hopefully Power 11 brings something better to the table. Yeah. Guess we'll see. Supposed to get announced late next year. We don't have any yellow here. It's annoying. Guess we just gotta continue. IBM CPUs tend to follow a 5 to 6 year cadence, jumping over 2 to 3 generations of AMD Intel CPUs. That'll explain why I've never used one. Also because they just do server stuff, I think. Not really consumer focused. Nukukala Cowboy says, hopefully I'm done buying PC parts for a while. Oh no, what happened there? Excuse me? I hit nothing? Now the only thing you can run on them is Linux, but as Linux goes you can have a pretty normal desktop experience. Hit a rip in the fabric of space/time. Interesting. Don't really see the point, but interesting nonetheless. Cirque SRK.
Don't move. I am coming. I am coming.
Ah, yellow.
Come over here. Now this one hurt a bit.
We have yellow. They're critical for developers who need to write software that runs on IBM's big, very powerful / expensive machines. I guess so. Finally. Piss car. Forgot to steal some headlights. Bus has no lights, sadly. It's a shell. flamboyant, gold-colored, with a few bits that look like they were stolen from somewhere else. You have an interesting definition of gold there. I was thinking more along the lines of a Wienermobile, maybe, since it's got that mustard and tomato sauce color scheme. Could be a hot dog. Mosquito in this room. Oscar Mayer. Good one. Good one. It's now officially a Wienermobile. Mosquito, good time for the full racing gear. What do you mean? That's just my skin. Yes, I think you can. It is very catsup and mustard. Only driving and looting at night in pitch black darkness would be an interesting challenge. You're right. You can actually set it in the multiplayer build to make it only dark. Like to make it nighttime all the time, no matter what. If you open the cheats menu. That would be interesting. Imagine also driving with no headlights. Just have to use the street lights and the interior light. That'd be wild. And quite painful, I think. Just street lights. I mean, you can turn on the interior light whenever, so that should be allowed. It doesn't, like, fall out or anything. The idea is no car lights. Well, then you can hold a flashlight. You can hold a flashlight and shine it out the window. In fact, I've done that before in this game. Doesn't work as well as headlights, but it's usually good enough. Seems like it would probably be harder in my summer car. Early on I planned on bringing shitloads of batteries with me on excursions so I could use the flashlight to patch up the car. In my summer car, you mean? Yeah. You have to put batteries in it. They last quite a while though. Given it's somehow an LED flashlight in 1995 in my summer car. To be honest, I think batteries would be a good addition to this game. Just to add another layer of difficulty. So each car has a battery and an alternator. And you have to have a battery and an alternator to work properly. You can start with just a battery, but then it'll run down, and eventually you won't be able to start it anymore. And you can push start the car with only an alternator, but you can't use any of the electrics when the car is off. I think blue LEDs were 1993 and white LEDs were 1994, so maybe that's possible. Would have cost a fortune though. Not that bright. They weren't that bright yet in 1995. So it would have been an incandescent bulb in that torch for sure. It's just a different, just a weird texture in the game. The car just tripped. Shaz, hello, welcome to the stream.
Hello, Moto.
Hope you're going well, Shaz. They had modern blue LEDs in 1993, I think. The modern method of construction. Versus the pseudo blue ones. Then again, the one in my summer car is white LEDs. Chaz, we were just talking about batteries and torches and things in games. We're talking about how the flashlight in my summer car is LED, which wouldn't have been accurate for the time. Shaz says, I saw a video one time about how the blue LED was almost impossible to make. Dr. Smack 3000 says, when I was a kid, my dad had a diesel truck with electrical issues. We drove home 60 miles with no lights. Followed the tail lights of a car in front of us. Wow. In my summer car, if you look at the texture, you can see it's an LED bulb instead of an incandescent one because it has the segments. The modern blue LED was invented in 1993, and then white came a year later. Huh. So there were modern white LEDs by 1994. but they wouldn't have been as bright as we could see them in my summer car. And we'd have to figure out when the first commercial LED flashlight of that like caliber was released as well. Keeseth says, I knew it. On the interstate at 104 kilometers an hour. Oh, that sounds scary.
I can see you.
I swear, those zombies have no survival instinct. Yeah, earlier I was saying, this game should have, batteries and alternators. Ah, yeah. And if you have a car with a battery but no alternator, or a bad alternator, then the battery will run down eventually. And if you have a car with an alternator but no battery, you have to push start it. You brought it to a camp field trip and the other kids were shocked at how bright it was. They would have had a full year to commercialize them. Really, the only part I find hard to believe is how you would have found them in piss poor rural Finland. I mean, to be fair, in my summer car, the player canonically has the nicest house in in the entire like map. That has been confirmed by the developers. But I still think it is highly likely that it's just a weird texture they picked, and that in real life it would have been an incandescent bulb in that light. Or maybe halogen, but probably incandescent. And it was nowhere near as bright as our phone flashlights nowadays. I think halogen would have been possible. Or maybe. Car headlamps were halogen at that point, weren't they? Well, there was an option, maybe. Maybe I'm getting my eras mixed up. Yeah, that's true. Would have most likely been incandescent, the torch in my summer car. In this game, all the lights are incandescent. Apart from some of the ones in buildings, which are fluorescent, which I find quite interesting. And not very many games feature accurate portrayals of fluorescent lamps. This game is kind of good at it. Oh, Shaz has sent me a link. I will check that out after the stream. I think the DC to DC switch mode tech existed, but nobody would build it. It would have been terrible heat issues, and it would have absolutely killed battery life. Yeah, I know they've been around for ages. I'm just talking about how this game has them. I really don't see them in games often. And they're also kind of realistic. Something I love about the fluorescent lights in this game is that if they're switched off and a UFO comes past, why am I mixing up the my words? If the fluorescent lights in this game are switched off and a UFO comes past, then they'll glow anyways, because obviously that thing's giving off radiation, which is exciting the phosphors. Yeah, I know about fluorescent lights, Cave. Dr. Smack says that's really cool. I didn't know that. Yeah, it was an interesting discovery. Seeing how the lights in one of the buildings was still glowing when the UFO was coming past. Because I used to think that the UFO turned all the lights off. But nope, the fluorescent lights keep glowing, or actually start glowing if they're switched off. And the UFO comes past. You can also break them. Oh! Ooh, that's a save moment. Do a barrel roll. Oh! Press X. In this game, it's tab to put on accessories and X to take them off. Don't ask me why, I have no clue. I think it's because tab can also be used for other things while you're wearing stuff, so... Oh, let go. Sims to me has redeemed let go, which means I take my hands off the keyboard and we see what happens. I know it only says 10 seconds, but I like to do it until we hit something. Just for fun. Oh, there we go. YOLO driving, you are correct there. Not as serious as it could have been, but we did hit a little rock there. Jesus, take the wheel. It's annoying because too many times in this game, Jesus takes the wrong wheel. And it happens to be one of these four on the outside of the car. Damn it, Jesus, not that wheel. This thing handles so nastily. Especially at high speeds on bad roads, but then again, what car wouldn't? In a grass biome at the moment. Hoping we can get out of this soon, since I really don't like the grass biomes in this game. They're kind of nice, but they feel kind of weird. With Apple computers, can you blast the iCloud account out of an old device by reformatting it in DFU mode? Nope. It'll send its serial number to Apple the minute it's online, and it'll brick itself. Seems to me says my granddad has a car that's similar to this, but it's just black. Interesting. Yeah, iPhones are like that too, Cave. You have to connect them to the internet to set them up. And during that process, they'll send their serial number to Apple. And Apple will have recorded it if it's got an iCloud thing attached to it or not. Looks like a weird old Batmobile. Yeah, you're not wrong. This one is the mustard and tomato sauce machine. Well, the thing is, with Apple Silicon computers, they're quite locked down as well. They don't even let you boot from an external device by default. The number of boot components needed to boot a third-party OS like Linux is very slim. I don't think there's enough in there to make Wi-Fi work. Linux has never been good with Wi-Fi though. Dr. Smack said, IRL, I had a tire blowout on a rocky road. Rock got caught between the rim and the derotor. The tire was fine. Had to replace the aluminium rim. That's extreme. The Apple boot firmware is too stripped down to know what Wi-Fi is. Stuff you absolutely have to have anyways. Well, that's the thing. It won't let you boot from anything other than the internal drive unless you go in settings and change it. And since you have to create a password for every account on an Apple computer, if you get one that someone's thrown away and forgot to sign out of, there's no way you can change it. And to reset the machine, you need the iCloud account password. Seems to me, thank you for stopping by. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Nuka Cowboy says, I think it's past my bedtime too. Alright, whoops. Well, thank you for stopping by. Hope you enjoyed. I'll see you later. But yeah, you can really strip down the internal drive contents. You can blow out the macOS partition with Linux or whatever else, and as long as you include a couple of small boot programs, it'll work. I don't think those two required bits of code know what Wi-Fi is. But yeah, all it has to do is know it's... All that has had to happen is that it's been connected to Wi-Fi once, and now the firmware knows it's iCloud locked. There's a few interesting YouTube videos about this. But it is not possible to use an Apple device that is iCloud locked. It is. That's what it's all for. From my understanding, you can't get it to boot Linux in the first place because it will refuse to boot from an external drive unless you go into the settings in macOS and change it. So if it's iCloud locked, obviously you need the password to get into macOS, or even to make a new account and get into macOS, so you can't change it. You can write a Linux partition to the internal storage. How? It won't boot from a USB or anything. It won't let you access a USB from the lock screen. And I guess maybe if you pulled the chip out and wrote it with an external device somehow. But that just seems like more trouble than it's worth. Oh. Oh, this thing wants to tip over again. Okay, now we can build up some more speed. Or not. On Apple Silicon laptop/desktop, you can go in over USB debug and write to the internal storage as if it were a really heavy USB drive. From there you can create a partition, copy over the couple of the bootloader files required to boot the partition, and something for them to actually boot into. That could be anything from Linux to DOS. Okay. That seems odd to me, because I'm pretty sure there's no way to do that if it's iCloud locked. So I don't know how USB debug mode works on those machines. How do we keep hitting nothing? The boot process for desktop / laptop Apple Silicon is very different from iPhone / iPad. I think it's these edges of the road here. They're kind of jagged, maybe. And the game registers a collision when it shouldn't. Quite a few other the cars in this game do. It's quite a frequent thing. Ooh! We have a follow from Noah GHD_76. So that is an extra 20 kilometers onto the distance. Welcome to the stream, Noah. Hope you're going well. I'm still trying to be careful with this car. Man, this thing has very soft steering. With the system that Apple put together for the laptop / desktop silicon, you have very, very wide latitude as a third-party operating system. Just about the only thing you can't do is decrypt the user data on a macOS partition. You can erase it though. Interesting. What just went flying out? I think it was the radio. Okay. I still don't think any of that would be possible if the device is iCloud locked, though. There's that ground clipping bug again. I feel like they make the cars way too bouncy in this game as well. AFAIK, the boot firmware on Apple Silicon for desktop/laptop has no concept of iCloud lock or even user accounts. I think it probably does. There's no way they wouldn't do that. Yeah, the cactus just came out of nowhere. Same as the rock. Looks like you need to access macOS to install Linux in the first place. Just from my random Googling just now. Or maybe not. Looks like the security chip remains flagged until the prior iCloud account is logged in. Most Intel Macs will still allow Windows/Linux to be installed, but without Boot Camp the experience is hardly as intended. Apple Silicon Macs are likely to have a full lockout requiring an IC programmer to clear, which isn't advised. Looks like you could try to install it. As far as I know, the only thing you can't do is decrypt the old macOS partition and its user data. Okay. But I don't understand how you could get Linux started in the first place if it won't allow booting from USB. I mean, I get there's a debug mode, but I'm not sure if it would even allow that if the machine's locked down. I'm just not knowledgeable enough on this, but yeah, I don't think it is feasible for the average person, if at all. You can literally just write the internal storage. How? Through the debug mode, I guess? Still don't know how that works. Is it always enabled? That seems dangerous. A 2002 Pontiac Firebird crashed into the corner of an apartment building near where I lived. The car remained there for 2 years. They said they couldn't remove it because it would compromise the structure of the building. Nice one. Yes, it's always enabled. That seems dangerous. I still find it hard to believe Apple would allow iCloud locked MacBooks to be used for anything at all. I've read articles about iCloud locked MacBooks just being scrapped en masse, en masse or whatever. However you pronounce it. It was in 2005, I think. The slumlord just didn't want to pay for the repairs. Surely having a car be part of the building's foundation counted as it already being structurally unsound. At least it would in my eyes. Imagine if the owner wanted it back. I think the owner was in jail. Maybe he was dead and still in the car. We can't bury him, his skeleton is the only thing holding up the building. Oh man. Too much booze cruising. Getting pretty close. We'll actually roll the odometer over soon. I guess they really didn't expect anyone to ride the bike for that long. Or use the bike odometer even. The car stuck in building became a landmark. We would use it when giving directions. I kind of want to find like a photo of this now. Did they remove it eventually? Oh yeah, they did. It stayed there for 2 years. What happened when they pulled it out? Did the building fall over? I'm surprised no one stole parts from it. If it was a neighborhood where a car could stay abandoned and crashed into the side of the building for ages, I'm surprised no one stole bits off it. Ah yes, the dawn of the ram raids. And yes, One Bowl gave you a gift sub. All back. It was a middle-class neighborhood that was relatively safe. Surely word would have gotten around, though. Like, free wheels / stereo system. / engine components. You can't convince me that the stereo stayed in that car all those years. I mean, early 2000s was around the time, actually this would be mid 2000s, was around the time where car radio theft was starting to decrease because of security measures. But still, you can't convince me that it didn't sit there for 2 years and nobody was at least a tiny bit tempted. Well, nowadays people would probably siphon the fuel out. It was a General Motors vehicle, nobody wanted the stock system. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Because it was a General Motors vehicle, it would have had a nice aftermarket system from the original owner. No, I haven't all back. That's news to me. Easiest way to prevent ram raids is invest in some bollards. Teens would crash cars into corner stores to rob them. Rob them for what? Chips? There's not like there's cash in those places anymore. Probably cigarettes, actually. Yeah. He crashed through the bollards. They must have been going at quite some speed then. JT Robeski says, the man, the myth, the legend, let's go. Who's this legend? Me. Oh. I'm flattered. We're about to hit 1,000 kilometers. Look at that. Turn off a lava lamp. Turn off a lava lamp. Turn off a lava lamp. Okay. You want just the middle one again, I guess. There you are. All but green this time. Okay. Which green? I'm guessing that green. In total, there were 433 in 2022, 288 in 2023. How? That's a lot. Yeah, you changed it around this time. It's funny, just before the stream started, I turned these lava lamps on, and the light bulb for the middle one blew, so I had to replace it. How hot do they run? I haven't actually pulled out a thermometer to check. They're quite warm, like hot to the touch. Like you wouldn't want to stay... You couldn't like grab onto one and hold it. Not hot enough to set anything on fire though. A tornado lamp execute. Ah, well, I've never heard of that. Let me look that up. Ah, one of those. Interesting. I've got a glitter lamp here I can show you. One sec. I knocked one over. That's not good. That is not good. Oh, it's gotten shaken. No, you can't open them. Well, you can open them, but it wasn't open. But the mixture's got shaken up. It's the one on the left there. I'll have to switch that on. I am sorry. It did not shatter, but the liquid got shaken. So I will have to switch that one on and let it recover a bit. Because it's full of tiny little bubbles now, which is not good for it. None of mine can. I mean, you can, like, pry them open, but you can't really reseal them. Yeah, that makes sense, Cave. The raw mode bypasses all the security they added, but still can't read an encrypted partition. That makes sense. I still find it hard to believe that you can install Linux in iCloud locked mode, though. Because iCloud locked MacBooks still get scrapped by the thousands. It's not like the people who have them haven't researched into getting them usable by any way possible. You don't think it exists at all as far as the boot firmware is concerned? Looks like you can firmware lock one, but I don't think that's related to iCloud lock. So you could be right. T2 Rebeski says, I broke the light bulb in my lava lamp, I bit too hard. That's concerning. I don't think MacBooks have any value to most people if they're not booting macOS. Most people don't want to run with Linux or whatever else on them. I feel like if it was possible to run Linux on an iCloud-locked MacBook, eBay would be filled with listings of iCloud-locked MacBooks with Linux installed, rather than them just getting sent to scrap. Installing Linux without using an existing OS is a colossal pain in the ass. Yeah, and that's why iCloud lock makes it hard. Because, say you get a second-hand MacBook from like a corporation or something, and they haven't signed out of iCloud, then it's borderline impossible, I'd say, because you can't get into macOS to allow booting from USB devices. You can't use macOS because of the lock. So you have to write to the storage manually somehow, and you have to get access to that. Through the debug or whatever. Oh, bot. I'm seeing a lot of those bots recently. I should make a save. I buy things as I shouldn't as an impulse, and the light bulb was easy pickings. So we can turn off those two. Also, can we turn off those two to the left? Alright. I was just giving you a demonstration of the glitter one. think there are probably 5 to 7 people on the planet who can install Linux on a MacBook manually, and all of them are developers on the Sashi Linux team. So yeah, it makes sense. The iCloud lock is doing what is intended, making it harder, if not borderline impossible, to use the machine. Oh, JT Rebeski, thank you for the follow. Were you not followed already? Huh. I guess not. You did the thing again? Ah, you unfollowed and then followed? I'm not sure why it counted that. It's supposed to not count that. I'm not going to count it towards the Subathon. Since you were already followed. You totally can. Yeah, if you're one of 5 to 7 people. That's why I said borderline impossible. My Brian worked hard thinking of that. They wrote a tutorial, but you need a degree in computer engineering to understand it. Brain. Right, we have about 400 kilometers, 420. Ha, 420. Funny number. I have such a degree, and even I found it really hard to follow. I think it's only ever been used as a note to self. Man, we're going quick now. And the handling's doing surprisingly okay. I'm getting ready to press the pause button. Any moment now. When's the next stop? I don't know. I'm not sure if we need anything at the moment. We might need oil soon. In fact, you know what? Let's stop here and check everything. Oh, there's another one.
So what happened? I see you now. The others killed
Got him.
you.
Alright, let's check. We have 3.6 liters of oil. To give a sense about how brain dead the machine is in recovery mode, I think they linked a pair of regular MacBooks together over USB with one in recovery mode and the other acting as a regular computer, so they could write manually to the CPU in the debug Mac as the world's slowest eGPU while testing that their GPU drivers worked. Wow. Bullets okay. I think that's all for this place. That's full of alcohol. That's full of a weird mixture. Leg. I didn't want to try controlling the whole GPU from the same computer as the GPU itself, in case the GPU buffed and crashed the whole machine. Sounds tedious. Turn on the blue lava lamp. There is... I guess you mean the middle one? That's the closest there is to blue. Hmm. It's not blue. But it is the middle one. I don't have a blue lava lamp. Could have sworn someone said blue. Maybe I glanced over and misread. Damn it. Damn it. Oh no. Yeah, but your name doesn't have the word blue in it, so that's still weird. gonna turn on this one. Because it needs some repair work. Maybe your Brian said did color equals word. I don't have a Brian. Ah! Kipling says he's alive. Surprisingly, I still am. I've yet to die on this run. Welcome to the stream, Kipling. And look at those cloud shadows. Those are pretty cool. Kipling redeemed, turn off a lava lamp. JT Rubeski asks, what happened while I was gone? Not much. I read your chat message. That says, maybe your Brian did color equals word. And I don't have a Brian, so I don't know what you're talking about there. Kipling, which lava lamp do you want switched off? Lime, okay. I wouldn't be surprised if the firmware knows it's linked to an iCloud account. Even if it doesn't check it, it just knows it is. Cave John, but it won't let you boot from an external drive. Unless you, unless you've configured it in macOS to allow that. So unless you want to go through the whole nightmare, nobody ever boots from an external drive. It literally doesn't matter. How do you install Linux then? If you can't boot from an external drive to install it, you have to use the USB debug thing then? I don't understand this. It doesn't make any sense. To me, at least. How do you install it then? Then how do you install it then? You write to the Excel storage with another computer? Okay. That seems weird to me. But okay. The middle one is struggling. Yeah. I think Google has broken Google on Firefox deliberately. That's my conspiracy theory at the moment. It won't load. Any other page will load just fine. But Google takes forever to load on Firefox. Fucking Google. I looked it up and apparently you can. Just from what I saw. Maybe that's some sort of compatibility thing. I don't know how that works. I have no experience with M1 Apple computers. Every machine I've ever used supports, like, boot media. And I find it strange that they would make it so you have to use another computer in order to install something. An operating system, I mean. My Apple IIc, that can boot from a floppy disk. All my compact Macs. iBook G3. My NEC PowerMate portable. I suppose that makes sense for a mobile device. But for a desktop or, like, laptop machine, it... From a tech noob's perspective, it feels kind of clunky to have to rely on another computer. Those are all things that the average human being will, like, never have to install an OS on. I mean, fair enough, most people will never have to install an OS on anything. But it's most likely that you're going to be using boot media to install an OS on an x86 PC. And I know that might not be how it works on anything else, but that's just how I understand it, and that's the logic I was applying, so I apologize if that's why nothing I was saying was making sense. I barely understand any of this myself, honestly. I'm pretty sure it is possible to install macOS from boot media. On an M1 machine, though. On Apple Silicon. Perhaps not Linux, but I'm pretty sure it would be an option. Or maybe it's just a recovery disk or something I'm thinking about. Another bot? Are you serious? There shouldn't be ads right now. That's weird, if there are. Ah, the bot thing. Probably could, but you need to convince the firmware. Oh no. What did I hit? I hit nothing again. Why does this keep happening? And where did my bonnet go? It's disappeared. It's gone to the void, I guess. Oh wait, nope, there it is, just up the road. Which lava lamp, Shaz? There are articles on how to boot your M1 or Apple Silicon machine from USB. So for Mac OS at least, I think it's something you can do. Alright, okay. There you are. JJ Rubeski wants the left one turned off. I'll take it away, but I gotta leave that one on because, you know, screw it. That one got shaken up and it needs gentleness. Kipling wants the right one turned off. Okay, oh, damn it. Yeah, that could be it. Shaz wants one turned on. Any? Oh, why are we bouncing around so much? This car has got to have a clip error or something. Like a modeling problem. Any? We'll go that one then. And any? That one again. Shaz has redeemed. Redeemed it again. Oh no. There. Okay, now they're all on. Whoops. You think the physics engine hates my rear left tire? Wonder if the game would be better behaved if I just got rid of that tire then. Or swapped them around. Maybe there's something clipping in that spot that I have in the car. I don't think so. I haven't saved in a while. I should save. It looks fine to me, honestly. We didn't have this problem yesterday at all. I think the game's just started messing with me. Kipling has redeemed turn off lava lamp 4 times. Orbit middle, okay. Shaz is redeemed. Turn on. Is this what this whole stream is going to be? Lava lamp fighting? You know what? I'm gonna let you guys get this out of your system. Redeem it as much as you want. Go on. If we do this fast enough, we can have rave lights. Camera flip. Oh, interesting. Padawan. What is a Padawan? Sounds like some weird Star Wars thing. I can't tell if Shaz wants tech talk. Okay. That's a Padawan. Isn't it? I don't know. I haven't watched Star Wars in years. This isn't really tech, but here's some limited edition Xbox Pringles I have from ages ago, and The camera's flipped. Well, I'm leaving it flipped. Check that out. Neat, huh? Sour cream and onion. Apparently, I had the chance to win an Xbox Series X when it first came out. I never actually opened them. So, who knows? Maybe it's a winner. MasterChef, indeed. It's kind of interesting because that has the old Pringles logo on it. And I think less than a month later they changed it. Old food promotional stuff was cool. It was. I mean, that's modern, technically. I did buy that specifically to never open it and just keep it. Should take a 3D scan or something. It's gonna re-release Corona into the world in 2050. Maybe. Remember the 6 Pepsi cans? I remember when Coca-Cola started printing like random names on the bottles and cans and such. I think there was like custom ones as well. Like you could go on their website and order one with a custom name on it. Oh, it's on Wikimedia, so that means it must be true. And this might be just me. This might just be misremembering. But, stop policing my chat, JT Rebeski. It's Wikimedia, though. That's a trusted source. That bot is broken, by the way. Ever since my Twitch account got reinstated, that bot doesn't work anymore. But don't worry, I can check. You've been following since the 9th of October 2021. JT Rebeski, you've been following since 35 minutes ago. So you're far more of a stranger than Shaz is. Kiplin. September 4th, 2021. Kev Johnson says, most people ended up going to the store and buying a bottle with the name of some random other person like James, Nicky, or Henry, meaning the experience of overwhelmingly most people was the same, or perhaps ever so slightly worse during that promotion. Yeah. I was going to say, I vaguely remember being able to order a custom bottle with whatever name you wanted on it from their website. And people found out you could put, like, in any text you wanted, like emojis and Unicode and stuff. And that led to some humorous results for a while. Yeah, that's true. Remember when the Unicode rendering bugs were going around for a little while? Like, touch the emoji and your WhatsApp will crash. JT Robeski says, my name's hard to find because it's spelled different for the popular version. Those never went away. From my experience, they've been like less viral, but they definitely still exist. Oh, there goes the boot lid. Kiplin says, my name is impossible to find because nobody has it. Oh no, where's the odometer? God damn, why does that thing always disappear? You know what, screw it, we'll slap this one in. You will never fix all the rendering bugs. Oh. That is the Volkswagen Beetle engine. I'm keeping it just in case. Just don't render anything and there won't be any bugs. That's true. Remember, your PC can't crash if you never switch it on. I mean, it was more of a bike experiment. I did give up on the bike after a while. Yeah, it's an ad break. You probably have an ad blocker, or in a country that Twitch doesn't serve ads to. If you can't see it. Or subscribed, actually. You're not subscribed. Yeah, there are countries that Twitch doesn't serve ads to. Oh no. Let's see. No. You're not subscribed. That's fair enough. I really need to do an emote making stream. My emotes at the moment kind of suck. Maybe they just look weird on my monitor. Maybe the local ad server died in the last hour. Do you have uBlock Origin? Or maybe it's just no companies wanted to show you an ad. That could be it. Depending on the time of day and your location and whatever, it might be that they think it's not worth showing ads to your area or to your account specifically. Or maybe they were just less ads in the pool bidding for the space. It is 5 AM for you there, that probably explains it. Have you slept at all, by the way? Oh! That was the odometer going flying out somehow. My sleep schedule is currently a bit fucked. But to be honest, Big works just as well. What is sleep? That is something I think people are still trying to figure out, actually. Yeah, I think the odometer did just go flying. Huh. Well, no chance of finding it now. Sleep is not important, but that's what it is. Yes. Place is kinda useless. Make a save. We're at 1,103. So that's like a 347 kilometers to go. Not too shabby. Oh. We hit nothing again. Well. That's my cue to take it a bit more carefully down that hill. Oh. Okay. Sorry if I'm not talking much. Kind of focused here. Okay, that's a bit better. Who could have guessed that the car will perform better if you stay on the road? Or not? Yes, yes, yes. Come on, come on. Oh. Ah, that could have been so good. Don't thank me, thank this car. It does it by itself. Automatic feature. And no, you can't disable it. So that sounds like something Tesla would do. Oh, no bits for our car. And we should probably check out another boat soon. And try and find some more fuel. sleep through the night. Probably save again before going down this hill. Man, this is a steep hill. Okay, it seems like hitting things side on is always better in this game, since I'm not sure, it seems to handle like that sort of collision differently. Thinks it's less serious or so. Yeah. Man, I hope we can finish this tonight. One second, gotta read my messages. Alright. Second attempt to this hill. I'll just switch off the engine. Save some of our fuel. And you can hear that suspension not having a good time. It does feel like stuff is colliding that shouldn't be. Okay. Man, I wish we just got some nice flat terrain again. Oh. We had another collision problem. The problem being we collided with nothing, and the game thought we collided with something. There goes the radiator. Also lost our rear bumper and our boot lid. I don't know how those things can, like, go so far. Yeah. It just disappeared. I feel like this game needs to limit the distance objects that fall off your car can fly. Oh, there's our there is our bonnet or boot lid. Okay. Things are a little bit better now. No, let's skip that place actually. Don't think we need anything from it. I kinda wish I'd waited for a golf now, rather than taking this. Alright. Turn the engine off a bit to conserve our fuel. Something is definitely hitting the ground. Yeah, look at this suspension. Look at how bouncy it is. Oh. Nearly hit that rock. Probably time to make a new save soon. Just to be safe. I think we should. When this odometer hits 50, we'll do it. Right. Save. 1,144. That's how far we've traveled. So just over 300 kilometers to go. Unless anybody follows or subscribes or gives bits or anything, that'll extend it. I don't think that's likely at this point. I'm also kind of hoping it doesn't happen, since that would probably extend this into yet another stream, since I started late today. Oh, bit of a lag spike there. And again. Oh no. Oh. No. Oh, please land on wheels. Oh, not too bad. told you guys about the Panasonic Tough book I got recently. I managed to pick up a Panasonic Tough book for a decent price. It's a neat little laptop. Core i3, I think. I'd have to double check for you. But I tried installing Linux on it and that didn't go well, so I put Windows 10 on and that runs just fine. I like how it can be used as a tablet as well. Damn it. Went kind of careening off the road there. It does have the handle. It's a small one as well. Like a almost netbook size. I didn't know they made them that small. But it still has a serial port. Right. And in it goes. Oh no, I think one of my... Wait, nope, it's over there. Thought one of my wheels had vanished for a second. That would have been a bit of a nightmare since I don't have any spares. Alright, let's slap that on. Sleep. Great for consoling into your Cisco router or your Apple II. Or 2C in my case, that's what I use it for. Oop, caps. Oh. Dr. Max says, I had a GPD micro PC with a serial port. Probably one of the newest computers to have one. A lot of motherboards actually still have headers on the motherboard for a serial port. Which is quite interesting. I think mine might, but I'm not sure. And you can get a USB adapter as well. Okay. Probably nearly time for another save. still have it, but it suffered from repeat battery failure and the screen hinge plastic broke. That's a shame. Let me look this up actually. Ah. Man, it's tiny. So odd that that would be something with a serial port. Man, that is small. That looks awesome. It's for technicians. Ah, interesting. It was so handy. I had a Toshiba Libretto, which was kind of similar. Quite a few netbooks also have serial ports. I was steering away from that and it was not responding. Alright. Whack that back on. Come on, attach. Really? There we go. GPD micro was small enough to fit in my pocket. Man, that does sound cool. Shame it was kinda poorly designed then. And fell apart on you. Whack this back in. Whack the engine back in. Still works, you're gonna repair it? Awesome. Could use another pocket PC with one of those USB serial cables. That's an option too. Our fuel tank is drifting dangerously close to empty. What did we hit? We hit nothing! Again! Come on! Man, this game sometimes, it's really tests your patience. Right. And of course it's playing the copyrighted wind audio at the same time, trying to get my stream muted. Can I at least get back to the crash site? Nope. Engine is too weak. Use a ThinkPad X1 13-inch at the moment, does not fit in your pocket. Could kinda guess that. Right. Let's push this back over. No, wrong direction. Right, getting close. This game can be so maddening at times. Doesn't have an Ethernet... No Ethernet port. That seems strange. 'Don't tell me this thing refuses to move without all four wheels. Very thin. They quit putting them on the X and T series. Fair enough. People weren't using them. Twelfth gen runs hot though. You like my? I like my 8th gen T series better. I use them at your job. Man, if these accidents keep happening, we might not be able to complete it this stream. The 8th gen T series actually had one, but it has a proprietary plug to use it. That's almost as bad as not having one, in my opinion. What? Not again. No, no, no. Please, no. I've noticed this car has developed a problem of crashing into nothing and then going for flips. You buy the proprietary dongles on eBay for $11. Used to be the case with a lot of PC card things. I could buy an Ethernet controller or a PC card, but then you'd need a what do you call it? A dongle, yeah, to use it. And of course, by now, most of the dongles have been lost. Oh. Got a compact laptop running Windows 95 with a 3-com PCMCIA card that had a pop-out Ethernet connector. The connector was built into the PCMCIA and popped out. It plugged in and oriented straight up. Huh. That's actually quite clever. All the ones I've seen require dongles. When retracted, the Ethernet port didn't take up any extra space. That's pretty awesome, actually. Ant61 says, "Good morning, you wonderful bastards. Welcome back." That wasn't much of a sleep, Ants. Interesting, I'll have a look at that after the stream. 4 hours is good enough. 4 hours, that was barely 2.5. One sec. Yeah, we lost the old one, so I swapped out. This is the one that was in the car at the start, actually. Gonna make another save. $1,185. Nah. We'll sleep. I really need to find more fuel for this thing. Yep. Uh-oh, the warning light is on. Dr. Smack says, so I'm thinking about buying a used Nissan Leaf. Interesting. Okay. Nissan Leaf. How used are we talking? Oh, there is a boat. Perfect timing, actually. You have an electric plan that allows you to charge for free on weekends. Could be good. Like, clapped out, can drive 35 miles. Why not, then? Can go to the supermarket and back. Yeah, go for it. It's probably a tax credit too, depending on where you are. Potentially a good mixture. Oil. Oil, empty. Mix, mix. Empty. Better mixture. Empty. Empty. Oil. Empty. Empty. Mix. Alcohol. Empty. Alcohol. Alcohol. Oil. 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 Diesel. Empty. Alcohol. Diesel. Alcohol. Good mix. Well, not even a mix, actually, it's pure petrol. Empty, empty. Empty. Diesel. Empty. 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 Oil. Mixture. Diesel. Mixture. Oil. Empty. Mix. Empty. And empty. Alright. They're asking $4,000, but it's been for sale for months, so I'm hoping they'll budge eventually. It's like 120 miles away from here, so you'll have to borrow a truck and trailer to bring it down. Fair enough. Sounds like an interesting plan there. Oh wow, we were on 1.5 liters left. Wow, we were close to running out and being stranded. The fuel to get there will the fuel will get cheap depending on what president gets back into office, so maybe not worth the trouble. Well, the president doesn't control fuel prices. The current one's not even running. for re-election. If you're talking about the US. Oh. Rabbit jump scare. Used to be under $2 a gallon here. What country are you in? I'm assuming the US. I thought the president didn't control fuel prices in the US. Thought that was just made up. Sitting on top of oil. Ah. Changed drastically, but depends on the area. You sure that wasn't just due to COVID ending? And people being allowed to drive around again? Won't change that much in some areas because of taxes. Right, full. Throw these cacti out. Driving's going pretty good. Der Kern Kraftswerk. I'm sorry, I cannot pronounce your name. It's going good though. Thank you for stopping by. New account, I see. Alright. They're not allowed to drill with the current administration. Ah. EVs are frowned upon? That's dumb. Thank you for the follow. I'll make a save and we'll add that to the distance counter. You will not find a charger for 100 miles. That's a shame. They stop at RV parks to charge on an RV plug. That's kind of clever. Honestly, someone could, like, build a dedicated EV charging lot in a place like that and make some money, maybe. All you gotta do is get a like 3-phase power or something. And yeah, fuck Tesla. Costs too much to build a charger. Not like one of the official chargers. Just have like a regular high amperage outlet. And just charge people to enter for how long they stay in. That's what they do at the RV park. Fair enough. The owner of the park stands there and makes them pay cash. That's kind of funny. Okay, down a hill. I still love that Tesla never even applied to get the Cybertruck released in the EU because they knew it would fail all of the safety tests. Make another save because I feel a crash coming on. We're at 207 kilometers. Yeah, it won't pass pedestrian safety. Or probably user safety. You see, it can chop your fingers off. Well, the thing is, in the US, it's easier to get your vehicle to pass because you just make a donation. It's not a bribe, guys. It's just a donation. And then they'll let anything go. Oh no! What the fuck? In the US, a truck doesn't have to pass any pedestrian safety? That's weird. Well, there goes our other odometer. After yet another collision with absolutely nothing. You can literally have knives on the front. Oh wait, no, there it is. That's kind of concerning. Actually, no, not kind of concerning, it's very concerning. Making a truck seems to be kind of a loophole in the US. Like you don't have to get it to pass emissions or anything like that. The pedestrian safety. In the state Dr. Smack is in, they are getting rid of annual safety inspections. Wow. Does have to pass emissions, but only in big city. Whoop. Let's have a sleep. I feel like we're gonna get it done this stream. Vehicle has now been named Dennis. Dennis the Menace. That's something I really don't understand. I suppose there's a huge sort of culture war thing. An obsession about being anti-woke or whatever in America. The people with those trucks are just a-holes. Yeah, fair enough. It's like people who make their motorbikes loud on purpose. I wish they'd enforce that sort of thing. I wish that they would enforce that sort of thing. I think I stuttered there and it made it sound like I said I wish they didn't, but I wish they did. Slim_Bobo says, it wastes fuel too. You're just spending more money being stupid. It's the sort of person who any attention is good attention. Does that make sense? Very antisocial behavior. But if I'm driving 33 miles per hour in a 30 in the middle of nowhere, they pull you over. There's something else that's kind of unique to America. In most places, it's very unlikely you'll ever get pulled over. Especially for something like speeding. I mean, here we have cameras for that. Right, speed cameras. And they're oftentimes quite lenient, I'd say. Like you can easily do 3 kilometers an hour over the limit and usually be alright. Problem here is you get used to speeding all the time because the limits are so low on some roads. And all of a sudden you get local police hiding somewhere. Yeah, speeding's also more culturally accepted, I think. Here, maybe it's just because, I'm not sure why, maybe roads are planned better and the limits are set properly. That if you see someone speeding, you know they're a bit of a dickhead. Imagine a road like you're driving on now, with zero traffic and it's 35 miles an hour. That would suck. In my country, this would be a 100-kilometer-an-hour road. I think that's like 60 miles an hour or something. I know 55 is like 80 kilometers an hour. 62. Used to be 55 and they changed it to 35 to make more money. For a while, America actually had like a national limit. Saying you can't go above 55 anywhere. And that seems ridiculous to me. Because that is like 80 kilometers an hour. That's so low. Especially for like a highway. As a kid, it took forever to get to the big city because it was 55. Here in Australia, I think it was before my time, but for a while we had certain roads without speed limits. Kind of like the Autobahn in Germany. But then it was realized that the average Australian is definitely not responsible enough. So they, I think they changed those to like 120 kilometers an hour max. $50 miles per hour is 80 kilometers an hour. 55 is 88. Okay. And it says fastest roads around me are 100 k's an hour. Same here, I think. I think the very fastest would be 110. That's a bit outside the city. Dr. Smack says 136. Wow. That's the limit. So for a long time, a lot of cars would have had trouble getting to that. Even on the 75 miles per hour roads, people go 99 because the truck's electronic limiter is at that speed. On today's episode of Lobotomy Gear. Time for another save, I think. What are we at now? 1,237. Most American trucks are sold with tires and drive shafts, rated for 100 miles per hour only. Okay says, I can't help but notice that you have had no subs during part 2 of your subathon. I have not. I was kind of expecting that since I started a bit later. And this was more about completing what I have to do from the first stream. It's just a thon. We did have a few followers, so those have put the distance up a little bit. Some people remove the limiters and then they'll do 225 kilometers an hour. Remember when you were a kid and you'd look at the speedometer in a car and you'd look at the max and you think, oh wow, this car can go that fast? No. Most likely it cannot. A lot of the trucks show 140 on the speedometer, but it's limited to 99. Our Volvo station wagon, 2004 XC70. The speedometer on that goes up to 260 kilometers an hour. I think bits would start falling off at that speed. Yep. Pretty wild. You know what? I have a hunch that I have a hunch that it wouldn't. And if it could, it would most likely take a few business days to get there. Down a very long hill with a ramp at the bottom. Maybe. So the biggest problem with the trucks is the tires and drive shaft can't support the speed, but people still remove the limiters. I think we all know where that's going. And straight into a wall. I wonder what the fastest stock speed is though. Oh, damn it. Damn rabbits. Oops. Time to put it back together. Soapbox racing a Volvo into a wall. Clickbait video. Gone wrong. Cops called at 3 a.m. Not clickbait. You can buy used Corvettes pretty cheap, no limiters. Interesting information. Time for another save. $1,255. Another one. Okay, sleeping through the night. Well, Smack says that what's crazy is how many people I know that bought a new Camaro on credit and got it repossessed. I read credit as Reddit somehow, which just kind of makes it funnier. I think that's America's actual national pastime, though. Buying cars of a dubious quality that they can't afford and then getting them repossessed. They work at a grocery store and have a $900 car payment. If you work at a grocery store, you should have a $900 car. Not a $900 car payment. My friend just bought a small SUV for $40,000. Okay, mistake number one, buying a small SUV. Well, buying an SUV, I'll say. Mistake number two, buying it new. I wonder how much cheaper a car becomes after it's been repossessed. Not by much. Newer cars used around here cost nearly as much new. Nearly as much as new. We revived the Escort, now it's a 4-door SUV. That's the case for all old car brand names. And I think the only reason that happens is because the trademark is about to expire. And so they've got to do something with it if they want to keep it. It's the cars that are over like 10 years old that are the good deal. It's funny because cars that old actually still look kind of new. Because vehicle design hasn't changed much recently. Like you can buy a 2012 or 2010 Golf and it'll still look pretty much modern. Yeah, not from a dealership. On today's episode of Lobotomy Gear, I have a fatal car accident, my odometer flies into orbit, and I 3D print the VLC Media Player logo onto my head. This car does love throwing its engine. Yeah, screw throwing a piston. Throw out the entire engine. That's what happens in this game. Most of my friends ask me how I'm doing okay financially. I drive a 10-year-old car. That's the secret. You drive a new car and trade it in every 2 years. So much negative equity. One of my friends leased a Toyota pickup for $45,000 for 2 years. It exploded. In leased for 2 years for $45,000. That's wild. Imagine how many nice old cars you could buy for $45,000. Hell, you could probably buy one of these for that money. Time for another save, I think. And I'm gonna go refill the water bottle. So we'll be right back. 1,283. Okay, I'm back. You were trying to get him to buy a Lincoln Town car for $5,000 with such a nice car, barely used by Grandma. Here's loss then. Loss. Looks like the terrain's getting a bit nicer. You don't think he understands what lease means? Yeah, he's got to give that back. Man. $45,000 for 2 years. That's insanity. also have mileage limits. Oh, it gets worse. Oh no. So we'll have to pay extra if it goes over 14,000 miles. This is the result of America's education crisis. Or maybe it's not, and maybe he's just dumb. It is. It is quite a shame. You know, people who pay 29% interest on a car loan. 29% interest. On a car loan. They must, like, not understand what any of that means. They must have figured out that nobody actually reads these documents or understands what these percentages mean. So we can just set it to whatever we want. Me when someone tells me a boring story, 0% interest. That's wild. I'm sure the same thing happens here, or in most places, but it's just so weird to me. Now 8% is the new normal for a car loan. This is like that old saying. Damn it, I've got hiccups now. Think about how stupid the average person is, and then realize half of them are more stupid than that. Friends went to a Toyota dealership recently. They write market adjustment on the bill and charge $10,000 extra. I guess the idiot tax. Sorry, I've got hiccups. I need to go sort those out. One sec. Right, hiccups fixed. For a base model Corolla, it was going to cost $45,000 for a car that should be $22,000. That's insane. And it said, would you rather Windows ME or Windows Vista? Gonna need some additional info here. What hardware are we talking? Are we talking on a computer that's periodically accurate for the time? Because I wouldn't want to run Windows Vista on a Windows ME PC. Vista then. Oh yeah, Vista for sure. See, Wolfman says, damn, nice car, bro. Thank you. Welcome to the stream, by the way. Dr. Smack says, I used to video edit in Pinnacle Studio on Windows ME. It would crash 6 times a day. I believe Vista got a bad rap just because when it first released, most hardware wasn't up to the task. Like a lot of the machines it was trying to run on were machines that had shipped with like Windows 98 and then being upgraded to XP in the early 2000s, and then we're now struggling to manage to upgrade to Vista. But if you run it on adequate hardware with like enough RAM and a powerful enough CPU, it's really pretty decent. Yeah, even the brand new machines didn't have enough RAM. The road just ends. So I guess that's the ending. There's no house at the end or anything though, sadly. Disable the indexer. The indexer was annoying. Yep. Better question, Windows ME or Windows 8? That's hard. I'd say it's still probably Windows 8, yeah, because you can install Classic Shell. Windows 8 was more usable in its era than Windows Vista was. Windows ME was in its era, I mean. Oh, there's UFO number 6. That actually reminds me, the Windows Vista thing. That was also the beginning of the quick start phenomenon, where PC vendors started shipping like tiny little Linux distros alongside Windows on the same machine, so you could boot into that and then have like basic web browsing. And nobody ever used it because it sucked so bad. But it was cool. Like even some desktop motherboards came with stuff like that for a while. The Cathode Ray dude on YouTube has a really good series of videos. Remember, Dell's solution was to just ship the laptop with Windows Vista and a copy of Windows XP embedded. So you could boot into a stripped back version of Windows XP that could just play DVDs and stuff. You saw the video too? Nice. I have a Toshiba Quasimo that is really amazing because you can push a button and it becomes a TV in far less time than it would take to start Windows. It just becomes a TV. Like, why not just start up the computer? Yeah. It's funny because in a lot of these cases, the solution they added wasn't even any better. Like, it took just the same amount of time to start up as Windows did, just for less features. You remember people buying the Linux EPC and trying to install Microsoft Office? That's, yeah. I have one of those EPCs actually, and I put Windows 2000 on it, and it's really quite good. I used it for as an actual computer, like my daily driver, for a while before I had an iPad. Back when you could get browsers for Windows 2000 still. You have one that came with Windows 7? Ah, yeah, that little Windows 7 starter, which didn't let you change any of the wallpapers or anything. What about the What about the Toshiba I left outside? That was a satellite. That's a different model. And it's still outside, by the way. I haven't tried touching it or booting it at all. I was gonna say, with those quick start things, a lot of them were also massive security vulnerabilities. Because think about it. All you need to do is press a button, and you've booted into another operating system, password free, which can browse the entire contents of the hard drive. It was wild. It's just so funny. It was bad. I'm surprised that didn't cause more trouble, actually. Probably because these features were so unknown in the first place. Most home users didn't have any important stuff on there anyway. I mean, there's always the, like, scans of family photos and such. It's still personal information. And let's not forget, this was the era before, smartphones were really a thing. So anytime you wanted to watch, let's say, content of an adult nature, more than likely you'd be doing that on your computer, and it wasn't uncommon to download it as well, so you'd probably want that password protected, I'd say. Liking the terrain here, nice and smooth. Not too many rocks. So yeah. Quick start systems were never a good idea. But they are kind of hilarious in hindsight. They tried to solve a barely existent problem, which barely existed for just a few years. But we got some really creative technology MacGyvering out of it. I like living dangerously, quick start creator. They'll actually have the option to buy computers with Ubuntu. Actually, I've heard about situations like that, where a laptop vendor or a PC vendor sells a computer with Linux on it at a lower price than the one with Windows on it. And what usually happens is people will just buy the Linux one because it's cheaper, and then install pirated Windows on it. I'd say that's what happened in the vast majority of cases. Please activate a Windows watermark having ass. It's not that hard to get rid of. In fact, until last year, you could reuse the same Windows 7 product key as much as you wanted to activate as many Windows 10 installs as you wanted. I'm sad they patched that, actually. I reinstalled Windows onto so many e-waste laptops with that method. The engine is always screaming, that's normal. There's a large digital billboard in the city with "Please activate Windows" in the corner. It's so funny to me that those are basically Windows PCs. Like, that could easily be a Raspberry Pi. But nope, gotta be a Windows PC. It's just playing a slideshow, but nope, gotta be a Windows machine for that. What method do I use now? I haven't actually had to do it since. So I'm pretty sure you can just edit the registry to get rid of the limitations though. But you might have to do it again after each update maybe. Could probably write a program that does it for you. Then again, I don't have any experience with that really. I'm sure there's stuff on the internet that'll say it does it for you, but is actually le virus. It reminds me, the Windows XP thing was cracked recently. In fact, last year. So now you can activate Windows XP without using the phone line or anything. I think they use Windows on the digital signage because it's compatible with the remote management software. Ah, that's probably it. That also reminds me, a lot of webcams, billboards, especially digital billboards, have just open webcams pointed at them on the internet. There are like websites that scan these things, and you can find the IP addresses for just cameras pointed at billboards. Time to get out my old XP gaming rig. No. You have 3 of them in a raid 0. With 10,000 RPM. I talked about this earlier in the stream, but I still think there should be hard drives with transparent covers on them. Make a save. $1,347. We're getting close. They probably don't do that because of heat. Yeah, fair enough. I could have sworn such a thing existed. Dad, are we there yet? We will be pretty soon, actually. Unless the distance gets extended. People used to mod hard drives and put a window. That sounds dangerous. For a while I had an ancient, actually I still do have it somewhere. I have an ancient 1980s SCSI hard drive that refuses to work unless the lid is off. It's wild. So you have to take the lid off, power it up. Sometimes you even have to give the heads a flick to get them moving, and then put the lid back on. Surprised it doesn't just die from the dust. I mean, it's extremely low data density. And you only have the lid off while you power it up. You can put it back on after that and it'll be fine. I think while I was using it, I had clamps on it to keep it held down instead of screws, but I think I put the screws back in when I switched over to a floppy drive emulator on that PC. Yeah, if you're happy and you know it, clamp your hands. You had an Apple Power Macintosh 7200 with a 15,000 RPM drive, and the power supply was not strong enough to power it on fully. The original IBM PC was similar in that the power supply wasn't strong enough to power any hard drive. A van. Interesting. Spur, SBR. So you would turn it on, let it spin, turn it off, and on again quickly. So you got to give it the jolts to get it spinning at the max speed, and then you can leave it on. You can tell by the sound. IBM 5150 powered phone when? It was like a Model T with a crank start. Once it was started, you didn't want to turn it off. That's pretty funny. You know, it'd be kind of neat if computers still had key locks on the cases. Do the motherboard headers even still have the option? I don't know. On servers, yeah. Yeah, like desktop computers should have that still. It was like it was hella faster, that hard drive, thicker than a 3.5 inch. What do those even do? I think it depended on the machine, but some of them it prevented you from turning it on. Some of them it prevented you from using the keyboard or mouse or any of the ports. And on some of them it just locked the case. So yeah, it varied quite a bit. From opening the case or removing hot swap hard drives, you used to have to hot swap power supplies with the servers running. For when they can't afford any downtime at all. Got it. Look away for 1 second. And lose 3 wheels. Dual power supplies. Right. Nope. You had servers with hot swappable RAM. That sounds quite cursed. Though I'm sure it was pretty standard. Not sure how it worked, but it worked. Fuel tank's still showing full. That's because this car has a fuel tank much larger than the one this gauge is meant for. What does this say actually? About half. And what are we at right now? I have an image of a server rack that fell down all over the ground on my PC. The file name is For Affinity Servers Be Like, because that website is down so often. I feel like that joke is made about every website. Reddit, Twitter, that sort of thing. We're at 1,373. So 100 kilometers to go, everyone. You know what I don't like? The lack of bezels on modern displays. The bezels on my monitors are easily like 3 centimeters thick. Modern ones just don't have that. I want it to be all screen. No, a bit of bezel is natural. Dr. Smack says, I used to work in a data center where people could rent lockers and fill them with whatever service they wanted. Wow. My locker was filled with 10 Mac Minis. Huh. Lava cam flip. Okay, we will do that. Banana car, piss car, mustard and tomato sauce car. They were just precariously stacked in there as well. You know what'd be awesome? If somebody rented one of those lockers and just put a plastic skeleton in there. That'd be funny, I think. Insert bad to the bone riff. You could see through the vents. Yeah, that's the point. Like you catch a glimpse of it out of the corner of your eye through the vent and do a double take. Welcome to the stream, by the way, Javier Equipmentos. Hope you're doing well. Seems a little sus with this vent stuff. Amogus. A mongoose. A mongoose. We'd like to look through the vents to see what other companies had. How big were these lockers? And did the building have bathrooms? Double-sided 4-post rack. Yes, bathrooms and free coffee. I mean, how big in like dimensions? Could a person stand in there? Big enough for 10 Mac minis, apparently. Yeah, but they're minis. Of course they'd fit. Nice. Could make a neat little house in one then. Since it's got power and internet. It's like there's a storage locker house trend. Data center house trend. Hope you don't mind sleeping standing up. Japanese capsule hotel, exactly. Millennials are choosing to live in pods, are Trent. Choosing? Where did you hear choosing? It was stacked 3 high. Glad we had a middle locker. I'm gonna save here. We'll see how far we've got to go. Got 70 kilometers. We'll see if that distance gets extended at all by any new subscriptions or follows or bits. But I think that's a bit unlikely at this point. A very bad take, yeah. I don't think most people who live in pods choose to live in pods. It's just that the pod happens to be nicer than a cardboard box on the street. The first time I worked on the email server, I was disturbed to find it was running on a 40 gigabyte IDE Death Star hard drive. Who needs anything more? JV Equipment House has named the vehicle Banana Pierce Bloody Ketchup Kennedy II. Please refer to the full name when talking about Banana Pierce Bloody Ketchup Kennedy II. They were called Desk Star, but with high failure rates we called them Death Stars. Very nice. Let's get back to the road. They had no backups. Oh, that is a sin. Android skull emoji. Not even RAID 1, just one singular hard drive. Speaking of cursed computer things, have you heard of the floppy disk drive RAID? You get a whole bunch of USB floppy disk drives, put a disk in each one, plug them in, and make a RAID. It's where you have lots of different drives, and basically you spread the data out between them to get more storage space. From my limited understanding. Dr. Smack, is that about right? Yes. Redundant array of inexpensive disks. I actually have a pile of dead laptop hard drives on my desk here that I've taken the platters out of. I'm taking the screws out of so I can look at the platters every now and then. Getting a bit far away from the road here, let's head back. But a lot of the discs weren't inexpensive. Sounds like a recipe for trouble. Or rather, waste of money. I have not seen that video. From my guess, it's them rolling hard drive platters down a slope. Spin up the hard drive, then release. Ah. The danger disc. Remember the fear-mongering about exploding CDs that existed for a while? That came and went quickly. The exploding Samsungs. Or the bending iPhones. Ah, those were the days. The lady who sets her purse on the counter, then it explodes like a volcano. Or the Volkswagen Dieselgate. I bet they're still doing that. That's what happens with companies. It's, we're sorry, and then they keep doing it. I bet they're not the only ones either. I knew a guy who had a Dieselgate Volkswagen. Said it was the best car he ever had. I mean, yeah, because they could get as much performance out of it without having to worry about emissions. Since whenever an emissions test was happening, it could detect it and then fake the results. They had to connect an emissions tester to it and actually drive to discover that. Didn't Daihatsu get caught doing something similar recently? The computer would detune the engine when the front wheels weren't moving. Pretty smart. Very sneaky. What's that oil situation looking like? 2.8 liters. That should be enough. Pretty smart till they got caught, yeah. I'm surprised about that. That anyone actually got punished. They did have to recall all of them too, which was good. Whoops. I was distracted. Ever tried to climb one of those sideways power poles and jump onto a UFO? Can't say that I have. Tires got sent into orbit, yeah. Might have to load that. I don't have a spare. Oh wait, no. No, there it is. We're good. That was a quick re-entry. I lost 4 sprays. Wonder if having hubcaps on helps prevent tires from coming off in this game? I think it might. I have no way to back that up. Damn it. I'm pretty sure having lots of useless smaller pieces on does help prevent larger stuff from coming off though. Right. And Amma EDD says, I'm streaming this too right now. Hope you're having fun. Get many kilometers. Thank you. Have a good stream. We might give them a raid actually when we're done. If they're still on. No worries. Should probably make a save. Let's see what we're at. 1,439. out of 1,470.5, so... about 30 kilometers to go. Well, we're doing it. I think we're totally gonna finish it this stream, no question about it. Dr. Smack 3000 says, IRL, I was driving on the highway and took my exit. There was a truck on the side of the road missing its front right tire on fire. I pulled over and the dude got out and put out the fire with bottled water. Don't you just wish you knew what led up to that situation? His tire had flown off and landed in the median and set the grass on fire. Wow. Did he just not tighten it down properly? He got a groove in the road all the way to the exit. At least he got off the road. Truck had 400,000 miles on it. Wow. His rotor locked up, burned up. I wonder if that was considered wrecked by the insurance or if he repaired it and kept driving it. He stepped on the brakes and the brake fluid sprayed and caught fire and blew fire everywhere. Oh. It's like a final destination thing. The dude was fine. Told him to call 911 because it was dry and he had started a wildfire. Hope he did. Wow, the road's going in a weird direction. You almost never see the sun setting on the left-hand side of the road. You did? Okay. It's like, what do I tell them? Tire flew off and started a fire. Wonder if that qualifies as like arson, involuntary arson. Does if you don't call it in. Can imagine he's still got a fine for it. Not around here. Didn't burn anything of importance. Fair enough then. Oh, this oil can is still bouncing around in there. Will it stay there until the end? Oh, I think it's fallen out. Nope, it's still in the engine bay. But if the wildfire gets out of control and burns down someone's barn, then you've got problems. That makes sense. Here I think it's more serious because fires can get out of control very quickly, and our trees are filled with flammable oil. Eucalyptus oil. Not sure if it would be a fine though if it was an accident. Years ago I lived close to a wooded area. The wooded area caught fire, wildfire. Oh, we took off. Saved just as you hit the ground. Right, 10 kilometers to go. The fire burned for months. We'd have to drive through the wildfire, pine trees burning on both sides. That seems pretty insane. The road was still open because it was a main road. How many kilometers have I got total? On this save? Like 1,460. But overall, easily in the like 20,000 with how much I've played this game in the past. Post that, hold up the guardrails would be gone, just the metal guardrail lying on the ground. Handle the same on your save. That's cool. Since I don't think anyone's going to be extending this, I kind of want to end it off with a bang. So we're gonna see how far we are in. The forest burned up and it looks like a bunch of telephone poles. Right, 3 kilometers to go. Where was this? Texas. Whoa. There was a museum near where I live that held a bunch of exhibits of stuff from the 2003 bushfires that happened near here. And they had stuff like a dishwasher from a house that burned down. That was full of intact plates and glasses and things. The Bastrop, Texas wildfire. Yeah, I'll Google that after the stream. Used to drive it on the regular. Seems funny that they let it go burning for so long. It wasn't bad if there wasn't traffic. Alright, I'm gonna see. I think this might be... Yep, we've done it. We have reached the Subathon goal. You know what this means? Gonna turn off physics lock and send it over the side here. Oh, everything's glitching out. Oh. Let's switch to the passenger seat. In this game, it's actually a little known fact, you can't die while in the passenger seat. Moon rover gravity. And it keeps coming to too neat of a stop. Need some more carnage. There we go. There we are. Oh, no. Can it keep moving? No. Right. That's gonna be it for today's stream. Hope you all enjoyed. That's our subathon goal done, so thank you very much to everyone who subscribed or followed or donated bits or even just hung about for a little while. We're going to be raiding Manama Ed, who is streaming this game at the moment, I think. The page won't load though. Why is Firefox being slow today? Okay, there we go. Got it. And okay, feel free to stick around for the raid. Yeah. That's gonna be it. And thank you, everybody. Bye now.